Okay, music is a bit loud there. IRL streamers, you can have a lot of flexibility in life if you keep costs down. Yeah? Yeah? I mean, I really need to move to a cheaper apartment. Right? I'm overpaying on rent by like $1,000 just because I needed to take the first one I could due to the time frame I needed to move previously. Now that I'm under less pressure there, I can go find a better apartment. Right? So, yeah. I'm almost positive I can find something cheaper. I can actually find something cheaper in the area without even having to go to, like, mountain towns now. I've definitely seen some apartments just here on the east side that I didn't expect to be as cheap as they are, which I find interesting. Would I be within walking distance of a grocery store? Maybe not. I can sacrifice a little bit. Just means I have to plan my outings better. Alright, so, lemonade time. And, yeah, so Super Viewers, I think, is deployed now. Do we have anyone out there that plans on donating bits at any point in the future? And realistically, I think I have another idea too. Right? We can just turn on like debug mode. No. Just wait. Yeah, for sure. Not ready yet. I think I can do it without needing bits. That'll be like the eventual test, but we should test without bits first. And we can do that. So one thing, I don't need this GitHub Pages publish file. Making some lemonade. Whoa, the little scooper was buried. I just had another thought too. Yeah, I just had another major thought. We're gonna want to actually implement a queue. Because we only want the bot to speak one at a time, you know? But let's do this first. So, when I look at what we're doing, We'll just leave true for now. All right, so this is function. Setup TMI. No, this is going to be, instead of setup TMI, this is initiate Vapi response. What up, Damon? How you doing? All right, so channel string, message I don't care about. Let's split these out. Username, string, used bits, number. This is going to be min bits, number. Super rainy? Oh, that's a bummer. Ooh, thanks for reminding me, though. Yeah, I need to do a vitamin D. And yeah, this is a lot of arguments. Channel we leave. Vapi public key. All right, so yeah, that's a lot of junk we're passing to this. I would say check with your doctor. Doctor is the most important thing. Vitamin D is important because you basically only create it, right? You can create it in your body, but you only create it when you get good sunlight. And if you're above a certain parallel, right, like latitude, even during the winter, if you're in good sunlight, your body doesn't generate vitamin D. So, yeah, depending on where you live, vitamin D is almost like a very necessary supplement, but really check with your doctor. Hey, yeah, no worries, real. Yeah, I would say don't do anything without consulting a physician. They can check your vitamin levels and stuff, right? They'll tell you if you're low on vitamin D, etc. So you should go get some blood work done, just to be sure. All right, so then next, used bits, if user state dot bits All right, used bits and min bits, Vapi instance, Vapi assistant ID, Vapi public key. All right, so then this is if is debugging. And yeah, real, like, that's really nice to hear, man. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Oh. All right, so we pass message here. Let's just say used bits is 100. Ooh, that means, hold on, we've got a bug in here too. We want this greater than or equal to. We're gonna have that for debugging. Oop. Yeah, I'm doing that wrong. Oh, wait, no, it is catch. Never mind. Oh, and that's right. Never mind, we just got to do the try catch. I forgot about that part. Okay, there it is. All right, so yeah, we want to check if we are debugging there, and then is debugging needs to be there. They're saying there's one more thing we need. Vapi public key, and that should be good. We're saying we got an error there because we're not using set is debugging, and yeah, so before that part, let me double check one thing. So it's going to be in Mantine, I think. All right, we see inputs right here. Yeah, so this one only allows us to do a label on one side, as far as I can tell. So yeah, you can do inner labels, but you can either just do a label right, label left, and you can't do the second label. And I find that no good. So we'll just do a checkbox. All right, so then value is debugging. Okay, cool. All right, so we get super viewers pushed up. We've got that over on render, because we don't need a server for it. Let's go look at events for it. Looks like we're deploying out. Hey, I'm sorry, Cake. 1 second, I just saw that. Have I ever worked with sending email? If so, what service did I use? Trying to pick one out for a rental site you're making, and trying to pick has been quite the challenge. If you're looking for deliverability, SendGrid is the best one, but they do make you go through some hoops to prove your business, etc. So that's why they're the best one, because they don't allow spammers on their platform. So because SendGrid has the most effort to go through for email deliverability, you're going to have actually like the highest amount of email not going to spam. From there, if you just want to fiddle with it and practice while you're waiting for the SendGrid thing to go, really like getting Mailgun or Mailjet going. Mailgun's fine, right? Not a big deal. Mailjet is another one, totally worth checking out too. Both of those are extremely quick and easy to sign up for. However, your actual deliverability metrics will be lower. So as a temporary one, Mailgun, Mailjet, and there's others. I would say as far as like caring about getting stuff delivered, SendGrid is probably your best bet. All right, so SendGrid. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. You really, really want to avoid the spam folder. Yep. Yeah, I think that's actually their best value. And it may cost $20 a month, but it's pretty reasonable at $20 a month. Absolutely avoid MailChimp. Technically, MailChimp is not what you're going for, though. Right, Cake? You're looking for transactional emails. Right? Postmark, I think, is another good one. Yeah, so I guess here's the big thing. Purely transactional and login-based stuff. So I think SendGrid is a really good example of what to go for. Postmark is another good one, too. So I'd say Postmark or SendGrid. Look at their pricing, you know, compare the two if you like. Totally worthwhile. Yeah, I've never personally used Postmark, but I do trust some of the opinions, such as Kotan, you know, other people as well. There's some new ones coming out that are interesting too. Resend email, I think is the name of it. Yeah, Resend. Also seems useful and interesting, but it's brand new. So if you don't want to take a chance on a brand new service, I would highly recommend something that's established like SendGrid or Postmark. Mailjet and Mailgun have gone way downhill since their purchase by Cinch, so I actually recommend them less for anyone trying to do something important. If you're just trying to send some transactional email and you just, you don't care that much about it, Mailgun's fine. It just depends. As an example, if you're trying to set up your sales pipeline, right? And you just want to have people send you a contact us form and then you reach out to them later, you're totally fine checking your spam folder, right? So that's not even a big deal. So there's definitely use cases for all of them. It just, it depends. But yeah, what up, Shy? How you doing? Again, Resend seems cool, right? They got a lot of people behind them. They got, fairly pretty website. I believe they've got some backing from people like Vercel, etc. So again, could be worth it. Yeah, if you're going to stay transactional, perfect. If you need mailing lists for promotional stuff, that's where I'm not sure if I would assume SendGrid has a mailing list support as well, right? I would assume Postmark has mailing list support as well. MailChimp, that's like their bread and butter. Did he? I don't know. Yeah, I haven't heard him say anything about it, but I'd believe it. I know he's interested in investing in things. Without saying too much more. I do know that for certain. Oh man, my computer really hates their website. Interesting. Okay, so here's the first bit of a test. What I want to do is I want to get super viewers loaded up over on my PC so that we can hear it. Enable debugging, channel name, CM Griffing. We'll say minimum bits 100, sure. My Vapi public key. I can copy there. And my assistant ID, I can copy there. Let me look, make sure we're not getting any major errors. Looks like we joined my chat just fine. We're debugging. All right, hold on. Let me pause the music for just a sec. No network activity. I see user state and stuff coming through. Yeah, hold on. I don't need y'all to do the test commands. I can do that one just fine. Right, bits don't come through because, yep, wasn't bits. Okay. If we look at the Vapi dashboard. Oh, not what I wanted. Feb 11, so we did that yesterday. So we're not seeing any of those messages go through. All right, so that's a flaw in my logic. But I'm not documenting it with log statements properly. I don't see any of these call statements come through. Oh, no, that would be it. That was it. All right, so that'll take a second. Yeah, I don't know. That's not something I am saying absolutely happened. Someone mentioned it, but they were asking us, so it may not be certain. So don't take that as like financial advice or whatever. If you're mainly saying you didn't know Theo invested in things in general, like, nah, he understands how to make his money work for him. He knows that money sitting in a bank account is actually losing value. He's a smart dude, very business savvy. As much as he is an engineer, he is more so a business person. I think that's the right way of looking at Theo and understanding his perspective with a lot of this stuff. Hold on. I'm posting a tweet. So look at it this way, Cake. His business Ping spun out of Y Combinator. As an alumni of Y Combinator, they are heavily encouraged to invest in and support other businesses within Y Combinator. That's actually, in my opinion, the most important aspect of Y Combinator. You can have the businesses of a cohort and previous cohorts as well, just working together to boost each other up. And that network effect is actually hugely valuable. So I think that's the most important aspect of Y Combinator, not the education part, right? Not the initial investment part. Maybe the network of like investors that they connect you to for your first round or two, sure. But I think the most valuable part is actually being part of a cohort with other startups and helping build each other up together. That's, in my opinion, the actual most important aspect of Y Combinator. Yes, I plan on applying to Y Combinator and other incubators at some point with a bunch of my ideas. I got these ideas, man. I'd like to be a little more stable first, though. Right? Like, have my own home first. Base of operations. I can go live in a van, you know, down by the river. Down in San Fran for like a couple months. I don't mind that at all. I've done that before. There you go. Yeah, Matt Foley. But yeah, I've lived in a van before. I've totally done that. I have not heard of Tiny Seed, and I'm not familiar with the name Rob Walling. I probably should be, but no, I don't know it specifically. I know there's a few like other incubators out there, so I know Y Combinator is the most popular, but there's actually a bunch of them. So yeah, at some point when I really feel like I have a product that I can elevator pitch, I'll be hitting all of them. And that'll be Walter. Like, it's definitely just Walter. So I'm going to tweet this real quick. And yeah, hell yeah, Rocks. You deserve it. You kill it. Hold on. So yeah. Then Vapi imagines them as a superhero. And as a superhero. Example, it takes my name and calls me Centimeters Griffin. With origin story. Bam. We just don't like the tabs thing. Sorry, Nuts. I know. But look at it this way. You are number... Oh, do I have a typo? Takes main name, yep. You are number 527. Where would you have drawn the line? Probably way before 500, right? Now, we don't have a full list. I was just letting you know that's why that one gets deleted. We only have a couple other things that are actually deleted that way. Oh, and I'm sorry, Lachiko, 1 second. I'm sorry, I just now saw that. My bad for the delay. Let me just add this other post. Centimeters. Centimeters Griffin, the size-shifting superhero born with a unique genetic mutation. Centimeters possesses the incredible power to shrink or grow in size at will. With the ability to reduce down to centimeters or rise to towering heights, Centimeters Griffin, or Centimeters, originating from a lab accident, right? It's not perfect. Uses their powers to fight crime and provide crucial assistance in rescue missions. So, surprising enemies and allies alike, this dynamic hero asserts that they're changing size, making them formidable and unpredictable opponent. So it's not perfect grammar. All right, so Lachiko, right now, most of our CI/CD is actually just happening through render. We were gonna set up GitHub pages, but I just figured might as well throw it on render. We will in a second. Sorry, I need to get it released out. Oh, we do have that pushed. And that was just a little bit ago. Remove bits check for debugging. All right, hold on. So, yeah, let me see. Probably have to re-enter all this data. Right, yep. All right, so let me try this again. Okay.
Thank you for the bits.
Okay, so we got a timing issue. All it did was the original thank you for the bits. But yeah, no worries, Lachiko. Yeah, it really depends on the project I'm building. For this one, it's such like a very small thing that like really our CI/CD is very limited. So yeah, don't worry about that too much. On larger projects, we do a lot more. So for Vexilla, our CI/CD is pretty heavy. But for this, very simple. It was meant to be like a single day project. What fun is there in rushing it? You know? But all right, so let's keep going. Yeah, we don't. What's a good way to disable this?
Thank you for the bits.
Let me double check something.
Thank you for the bits.
We're just going to refresh that real quick. That way we're not wasting it. Okay, so there's a timing issue that we need to worry about. Okay, so here's the biggest thing. Some of these do not need to actually trigger a re-render. Okay, I have a thought. Yeah, we do need to implement the queue because we only want one of these going at once anyway. So yeah, let me use the restroom. I'll be right back, and I've got an idea for this. Okay, I'm back. That was a quick one. No big deal. So the thing I want to do, we need to set up a queue, and that queue is actually going to be a use ref. This is going to be user queue. And it's not state, it's ref. So as initiate Vapi response comes in, right? And we're going to be abusing mutability for this. I'm okay with that. We do want to change the order. This is going to be user queue. Right, so we do user queue dot push. That goes and pushes it up. We want to do something like that. User queue dot current goes there. Hold on. Call started and stopped. Started, we might want to do something with. And yeah, what's up, Sublig? Thank you for that sub. Appreciate you. So that would be nice, having like an actual like status maintained within the instance. That would be really useful too. Right, so we do that push. Hey, Mr. Pygon, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, Mr. Sir. If you're doing that just because I'm still subbed to you, no. Don't worry about it. I'm doing that because I care. That's it. No need to pay anything back or do any of that BS. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, Active Poison, Ian Douglas, Okan Soycam, there we go, Nodemon, and Fruit Shop. Yeah, enjoy them subs. Hell yeah, appreciate y'all. Now, hold on. Is it shift? Yes, shift. All right, so we mutate the array. We don't want to cause re-renders from those mutations. So we go and make sure that it's a ref so that we can just edit the current. And we kind of abuse the mutability of it here within our initiate Vapi response, just because we wanted to reuse what's happening in this function in two different like callbacks, one for message, one for cheer. That's just so that we can like do debugging without people having to spend money on bits. There we go. All right, let's see if that actually fixes the timing issue. All right, so deploy kicked off. And how's everyone's week going? What y'all doing? Into this new term, delayed open source. So when you say delayed open source, you're talking about the business source license, right? BSL? Right? Technically what Vexilla is under now. It's just a language. If you care that much about the language, you're probably in the wrong place. I use all sorts of languages here. Okay, cool. Yeah. So here's an example of me using it. We copied this from, I think, is Terraform the canonical, right? Hold on. They actually maintain ownership over the business source license. MariaDB. MariaDB is the company that we borrowed the boilerplate for this from. Right? And basically it's just so that no one else implements a commercial platform on top of it before I do. And that's all. No big deal. You're free to use it non-commercially, right? That's totally fine. But if you want to build a business around Vexilla, you got to give me some time to actually not do anything with it. And yeah, thank you for that hype train. Y'all are the best. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subs. Man, we're having a good old day. But yeah, Bob, I think open core is a really good way of doing that. This is basically an open core product as well. But it just means that no one else should spin up the service without me having a chance to do so first. That's all. Do I think Vexilla would actually be a problem for that? Probably not. And nothing stops someone from self-hosting. Like right now, you know? So that's easy too. It's just more about, again, the commercial aspect of it. I reserve those rights. All right, so we spun up the service again. Enable debugging via regular messages. I need to actually refresh first. Yeah, Sublig, yeah, the BSL license from MariaDB is really good. I like it. All right, here we go.
Thank you for the bits.
So all we get is it saying thank you for the bits. We see volume levels get attenuated, sure.
Thank you for the bits. Nightbot would be a mysterious superhero with the power to control shadows and darkness. Their origin? Granted, Everett would be a superhero who gains their powers from the latest technological advancements.
Yeah, what's up, Graham? So we've definitely got an issue with how that works. Right? We'd want it to maybe ignore some bot names. Technically, would Nightbot ever do bits? Probably not. So could you try one more time and do a message? I think it ignores your first one. It saw the Nightbot, but then it saw the second and interrupted things. If you just let Nightbot like get shouted out, that would have been way better, I think. But we have an issue just right there with timing. All right, I'll do it. Never mind. Whatever.
Thank you for the bits. Fruit Shop would be a superhero with the ability to control and manipulate plant life. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING would be a superhero with the power to control the elements.
Yeah, so too many people chatting at once breaks it. I keep trying to, like, just say something while y'all are not saying anything, and then I think the delay kicks in.
Thank you for the bits.
But then it just stops again. All right, so I removed the public API key, so now it shouldn't actually send anything. Alright, so I'm going to limit it to just CM Griffing. Because I think instead, we need to debug it without y'all interrupting it.
Thank you for the bits.
Yeah, right? And it shouldn't even be doing that anymore because I deleted the public key, so that's even worse.
Thank you for the bits.
Yeah. So, sorry guys, y'all are actually still saying way too much, and I need to fix that. No, removing the public key should have actually reset the assistant too, so there's something weird there. It's a state problem, not a memory problem. Yeah, I'm a master debugger here, guys, right? If I need help, I'll ask for it. No, I'm kidding. I appreciate all the help. Y'all are really, thank you for the help. I appreciate the effort. I need to try and debug this separately from the multi-user issue, and instead a single message should do it. So the single message not kicking off properly, I believe is a timing problem, but I'm not sure how. And realistically, I could still shout out what we've done so far. Yeah, it's no longer for the code jam. The code jam ended yesterday. But this is basically for a take-home project for a DevRel position. And as far as the take-home goes, I think we've already done a lot of really cool stuff, showcasing what the entire thing's capable of. Now we're kind of digging into the nitty-gritty of timing issues, about how we make it kick off without needing a second message. It should only need the one message. And instead, if that's harder to do for us, that might be good feedback for them so that they could improve the API with it. It's what the title says. It imagines you as a superhero and gives you an origin story and powers. Oh, I have to play it over here, though. So I can play you some previous versions.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is Zayu. My name is Zayu. My name is Zayu.
Zayu, the Serene Shadow, is a mysterious superhero with... Zayu, the Serene Shadow, is a mysterious superhero with the power of shadow manipulation. Able to blend seamlessly into darkness, Zayu can move unseen and strike with precision. Their origin story begins when they discovered an ancient artifact infused with the essence of shadows, granting them their extraordinary abilities. Driven by a desire to protect the innocent, Zayu channels their powers to thwart villains and bring justice to the city. With stealth and darkness as their allies, Zayu becomes a symbol of hope, emerging from the shadows to defend the helpless.
Right, so the idea is if you donate 100 bits, it'll call this bot and imagine you as a superhero and do all that BS.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is CM Griffin.
Centimeters Griffin, the size-shifting superhero. Born with a unique genetic mutation, Centimeters possesses the incredible power to shrink or grow in size at will. with the ability to reduce down to centimeters or rise to towering heights. Originating from a lab accident, Centimeters Griffin uses their powers to fight crime and provide crucial assistance in rescue missions. Surprising enemies and allies alike, this dynamic hero serves their changing size, making them a formidable and unpredictable opponent.
Right? So stuff like that. Centimeters Griffin.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is MSEC.
MSEC would be a high-tech superhero with the ability to manipulate and control any form of technology. Their origin story begins when they were a brilliant programmer who created a powerful AI system, but it was overtaken by a malicious entity. After a daring battle within the digital realm, MSEC emerged with the ability to harness the power of technology for good. They can control any electronic device, hack into any system, and create advanced gadgets on the fly. MSEC fights to protect the world from technological threats and to ensure that the power of technology is used responsibly.
Right? Like, it's just kind of fun, right? But we've got a timing issue. So I have re-released things. Let me refresh. We enable debugging. Let me grab some keys. It's using 3.5 turbo and 11 labs. You can actually configure that. And let me show you here on screen. I can configure the model. That's either 3.5 turbo or GPT-4 or Mixtral. And then the voice is from either Play HT, 11 Labs, Rhyme AI, DeepGram, OpenAI, or Azure, right? So you have like the full configurability of all these things. And their entire like spiel, the first paragraph of their like documentation is, could you glue this together yourself? Probably. Is it worth the time and energy? Probably not. Right? Not when something exists that does it for you. So if it's not obvious, this is better used for actual like call center type assistance rather than what we're doing where we're trying to pass text. The reason we're having all of these timing issues is because we're trying to pass it text rather than just say a message. I'm not sure. Do they not have it on their pricing? You're right, they don't have the Mixtral there. I wonder if that would be free. That'd be even cheaper. I really like their billing too. They actually show you exactly what you got billed for. All right, so if we look at, I don't know, one of these properly done ones, we can see that the entire cost was 10 cents. They itemize each thing. Like, yeah, it's really cool. I like it so far. I think there's room for improvement. I especially have concerns about how API keys work. I'd like to scope one API key to one provider and another API key to another, right? Lock down an API key to a specific assistant, things like that. I think there's a bit to be done there, but I can also understand that this is an MVP, right? This is their, like, what they built through Y Combinator, I think pretty recently. I think this is from like the most recent cohort or like one right before it. I don't know if this was summer or the previous winter or whatever, but still, like, what they have already is still pretty damn good, you know? If you want to use your own provider keys, you can enter your own PlayHT or Rhyme.ai or 11 Labs or DeepGram or OpenAI or Together AI or AnyScale or OpenRouter or Perplexity or Deep Infra or some other custom LLM, something we don't even know about. Right? What about transcription? Well, yeah, sure, DeepGram for now. But if you have a corporate account for these things and you don't want to have your billing go through Vapi, you can deduct from those instead. And then you're only charged for, you know, what Vapi is doing under the hood, which would be the base. And then if you're doing other things, well, yeah, that's just other things and you're done. So yeah, pretty cool. Like Vapi, and then I guess base was elsewhere, but yeah, Vapi would be the base. So 3 cents, not bad, especially if we have like a corporately subsidized account for DeepGram and, you know, other stuff, right? So yeah, like really well done, really cool. I think that's the tricky part, and I think the thing that really just isn't obvious. When we go look at custom LLM, how does that even get wired up? I don't know. I haven't seen any docs for it yet, but we haven't combed the docs very explicitly, so I'm not sure. But yeah, I think this is probably where they're going to run into various issues. Yeah, and that's the tricky part there, Cube. Technically, if we go to, what is it, billing? We've got a usage limit, and so far I have spent $4.50. I'm okay with that. I think that's fine. Right, I want to set my monthly usage limit just to be safe, and I like that too. My other concern with this is, how do I embed the publishable key in a way that is still actually only usable for what I'm using it for? Right, so I'd love to lock down a publishable key to a specific assistant. Is that it? So it needs to be OpenAI compatible? Sure, all right. That makes sense. Did you find the docs for that? Because I haven't looked. I assume they have it documented, but I haven't looked. Yeah, I think my biggest concerns are about like the security of things. How do I make sure that my publishable key doesn't get taken and used for something else, you know? Now, a publishable key would most likely be tied to an agent that I've created, and they would need to know the agent, but if they have my publishable key, they can just create an agent on the fly and not use an existing agent. So how could I lock that down and not let people create random agents using my publishable key? I think that's the tricky part. And maybe I'm misunderstanding like the capabilities of the publishable key and the API key. Maybe the API key is the only one capable of creating an agent. I haven't verified that or tested that part yet. But really, like the data security and like the key security aspect of things, making sure my stuff doesn't get hijacked, that's actually my primary concern as a consumer so far. And remember, this is still a very early stage startup. I would expect features like that to happen eventually. This is done in a very MVP way that I am all for. I totally get that. But if I were to try and make a Twitch extension out of this, how do I prevent abuse? And that would be the tricky part. And there was another thing where if we look at account, the concurrency limit, we actually have to hit them up for. So at scale, that could be a bit tough. Now we could set our server URL, but that's like for the entire account. If they want to scope server URL to an account, then they would also need like multi-account management at some point, right? So it depends on where they want to go with it. I would say server URL needs to be configured per agent instead. Concurrency limit should probably be configured per agent as well. How do you handle when you've hit that concurrency limit? That I'm not sure of. I should be taking notes for all this, but I'll be editing the video of this together later, so I'm okay with that. I'll just make sure I take notes from when I'm editing the video. Bim bam boom. Yeah, for the most part, just full transparency, this is a take-home project for Vapi. I don't expect to have it perfect, because I don't consider the platform perfect yet, and I think we can help shape it based upon some of the concerns we have about what we're building. I don't know if a Twitch extension is really in the cards yet, but it could be. Could you spin it up yourself cheaper and custom? Yeah, and that's maybe where like the extension would need to go until the platform is ready. Doable. Totally fine. But yeah, like what we're doing so far. All right, so I am now the only one that will trigger the bot there. I need to grab the assistant ID, and let's do some more testing. Can a Twitch bot send private messages to users? Absolutely, Cube. Yeah, for sure. Yep. It needs to be a properly made Twitch bot at that point, but yes, doable. And extensions, I believe, can do the same thing. Could I just send them the message? Yeah, but then I wouldn't need Vapi, right? The entire goal of this is to have it be announced, audio-wise. Right? Think of it filling the niche of sound alerts as an extension on Twitch. The dude that made sound alerts, that dude's making a killing. He's probably set for life, you know? That's kind of cool. Right? He gets 30% of any interaction monetized through sound alerts. That's huge. That's amazing. Like, that's a really nicely done feature that solves a very valid use case for a massive amount of possible channels on Twitch, right? That scale right there becomes like the value of it, you know? I'm not sure how easy it will be to do with Vapi as it is right now versus just when it comes down the pipeline, releasing that bot myself. Sure, right? So I don't know, right? Thinking out loud, I don't know. But let's go fiddle with it some more. Yeah, let's do that. So we copy the assistant ID, we go throw it in here. We are now scoped to only me saying something, so... Foo.
Thank you for the bits.
Oh, I think I get it. Oh, I think I get it. Oh, we're really close, actually. What we need to do is look at... Yeah, it sounds like playback cut off because... Hold on. If we look at the events, speech end happened here, and we see the speech has ended event. Okay, so that was the part that we needed to actually quit out of this so that I can, like, delete the thing in the future. For some reason, that was blanked out a bit. However, what I'm wondering now is, as we change the public key, would there be a better way of setting this? That way we could keep the same, like, on whatever endpoints? Yeah, this is the tricky part. If I just do stop, like if I ignore the stop, are we good? All right, so you want to know one more thing I want to do? I want to actually persist all this like data to local storage because I'm tired of retyping all of it. We're going to use Yotai. Yep. Ping uses Yotai. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's a good choice. I'm curious if that was Theo's doing or if that was Mark's doing. We all know Mark is like the brains behind the operation, right? And I mean that in like the lightest way, right? They're both smart. I just feel like Mark and I like understand each other better. And that's all. So I'm biased. I'm biased. Mark's a really cool, fun dude. Like, yeah. I really, really hope he starts streaming at some point. He could just do like the VTuber thing. Right? He could even do like a voice change correction thing. He should. But again, don't want to pressure him into something he doesn't want to do. So I barely mention it when we hang out and chat. Yeah, I think that's a huge move for people that feel really self-conscious. Just do the VTuber thing. Even if it's like a VTuber of your own face. That's actually really easy at that point. Yeah, just make a VTuber of your own face. No big deal. We all remember when I did that for my own face, right? I had the Canadian CM Griffing chatting. It's broken right now, but we can wire it up again. I think I did it for April Fools last year, right? So we're almost a year away. I should probably put a little more effort into like making it work. Like for other people. There's already one streamer I am specifically thinking about. Gut Fox is a Madden streamer who occasionally just hides his screen because he's like growing out his beard and he's like, you know, self-conscious about it or whatever. He shouldn't be. Who cares? But yeah, like when he's growing out his facial hair, or my guess is it's actually he's got the herp, which is nothing to be ashamed of. 1 in 3 people have it. It's not a big deal. My guess is he's got the herp. If you want to call it a cold sore, tomato, tomato. Maybe he doesn't. And he'd be bummed on me casting aspersions, right? I think the biggest thing is to recognize that it doesn't make you less of a human being. It's totally fine. I don't have it. Some people consider it like a life sentence, right? And that gets gnarly. It's not as bad as you think, and it'll probably be fixed here in the next, 20 to 50 years. I've known enough people that had it that honestly, it's not a big deal. The herp, H-E-R-P. It's a little grosser, and it can strike in different places. But when you see someone with a cold sore on their lip, no, that's herpes. And it's forever. But it doesn't mean that you're less of a person because of it. And I think that's the important bit. I've known plenty of people that were really fun and chill. You just, don't hit the same bong as them when they're having an outbreak. No problem. They shouldn't be trying to hit the same bong as other people while they're having an outbreak. If they're a conscientious person, yeah, you'll never have a problem. Yeah, as Beverly Hills Cop would phrase it, gotta herpesifilades. Simplex 2. Could you imagine a disease that is just purely like all of it combined and it's just called gonorrhea-persiflades? That is the end times. That is like the end of society at that point. That is, I don't go out in public without a dental dam, like that kind of thing. Simplex 3, bigger and badder. And there you go, nailed it. Touche. It's like the Scorcher films. They just keep coming. They just keep getting worse and worse. Did somebody leave the fridge open? Yeah, Nori's Cube Cuddle. Yeah, sorry for like the weird mental image, Whatever. Now hold on, for Yotai, there is definitely like a portion of the documentation that we need to look at for, right? Atom with storage or something like that, right? VRC, I don't know what VRC actually is. I just thought it was a typo and you meant VNC, like just like, video chat. But, oh, VR chat. VRC, VR chat. Do you mean like chat roulette style? Or like company chat roulette style? Which is totally different, but also just as scary. Gmod plus TeamSpeak plus VR. Oh, interesting. Hold up. No, I saw a company that was absolutely like shouting out a thing like that. Damn it, I don't remember what company it was. Basically, the idea was like a virtual office in which you would actually walk nearby somebody and you could like try and initiate like a proximity chat with them. But like company focused, not game focused. Like really cool idea, but also sounds like productivity tracking mixed with faux in-office stuff. Honestly, like a virtual office with proximity chat is probably the best thing you could do because you could just simply opt out of proximity chat when you're trying to do like deep work, you know? And then it's like a Slack message away, sure. Yeah, so Pygon and KubeCuddle have entirely different definitions of what VR chat is like. I get that. I've never dealt with that. But the thing I'm thinking of was actually like a really interesting idea. Right? Think about basically it was like Stardew Valley, right? That same like top level perspective of people walking around like a base or whatever. But that was your like virtual office. And yeah, you could just hop into a chat with someone who was open to chatting or whatever, right? That sounds actually really good to me. That's not a bad idea. I could have myself available when it's appropriate and not available when it's not. Oh my, Pygon. The way you described 4chan but in VR? Please no. This is my nightmare. Yeah, no, that is exactly my nightmare. So yeah, good to know. I hope to never have to use it. Thanks. Okay, so not quite that bad. I gotcha. Yeah, okay. Who is this 4chan? Let me go use the restroom, I know. Baby bladder in effect. Okay, so I'm back. Avatars are basically zipped Unity projects and they have to send that to everyone. Interesting, okay. But it means that you're shipping it to users. So all rendering happens client side instead of on a centralized server because you don't necessarily care about rationalizing the game state. So like server as a source of truth is less important. Is that close, right? It's like more RTC focused. What's up, the bread? G'day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. Let's not. I joke. How you doing? Welcome. Appreciate you. How you doing? Nevada. Oh my god, I like that name. I really like that name. Oh my god, Nevada. Oh, I hope you're still out there. Nevada, I really like your name. Took me a second to read it, but I totally get it now. Great name. It's me, Mark. Or Marquis. I guess with one more E, you'd be Marquis. Instead, you're just Mark. So what up, Mark? How you doing? Thank you for the follow as well. All right, so Atom with storage is actually a thing. Cool. Cool. We're gonna do state.ts, call that good, bring those in. There's size limits. Okay, yeah, that helps. What is the size limit for like a VR chat avatar? I'm curious about that. Do they go based on polygons or do they just go based on like file size? Oh, interesting. And then if you want to pay for like extra like unique models, you could do that, right? Okay. Yeah, I could see that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Hey, what's up, Ian? Mr. Sir. How you doing? Are you gonna be at TwitchCon San Diego again this year? I know, like, it was Vegas last year, but you planning on going to TwitchCon again? Heck yeah! Ah, awesome. Looking forward to it. I'll buy you a drink this time. If I have the budget. If I don't have a job by that time, ooh, yeah, this might be the first year I'm willing to just, like, try and split something with someone and just crash on the floor if I have to. You know, like, yeah, we'll see. I think it'll be better than Vegas again. Vegas was just so far away from the convention center. Like, it was really bad. That was the only problem, in my opinion. Just the convention center being so far separated from the place that people want to actually be, you know? Yeah, whereas San Diego, like, sure, Gaslamp District is meh compared to some of the better food you can get elsewhere, but it's, like, all nice and centralized, and, like, walking distance is not so bad. See, I think that's the big thing there. I was wondering, like, maybe they might go New York or something that's actually, like, easily, like, travelable, especially, like, with the subway system. Yeah, and, like, there's so much less driving to be done in San Diego. Like, really, like, not even a big deal. Almost everything is walking distance, you know? It's only when someone, like, schedules an event outside the main area that it's not walking distance anymore. Yeah, I would say don't prioritize the driving part. If it ends up making sense for you, sure, go for it. But yeah, just like, I don't know, like more stuff just being around. And yeah, I forget, where you're at without doxing yourself too hard. Maybe say, like, the region. Denver. Okay, Denver. All right. Yeah, Denver to San Diego is a drive. Oof. Did you drive? No, you flew last year, right? Yeah, Denver-ish. Yeah, I appreciate that. Don't dox yourself too hard. Yeah, like last year you flew, right? Yeah, you flew to Vegas. You're considering driving to San Diego? That's even further. That's even more of a, I might as well just fly. Oh, that's right. You had other things you had to be at. Right. You had like an itinerary. I remember you saying that now. Yeah, good call. I totally get that. So let's travel this year. I gotcha. I've thrown this out there. Feel free to throw it on back. Is there any type of like contract DevRel y'all might be looking for? Like, hey, can't pay you for more than 10 hours a week, but yeah, use our services, show some people, right? I don't know. I'm throwing it out there as a random ask. Don't stake anything on it. If it's not even something you feel like is worth asking right now, no worries, no stress. There's time. Totally time. Right? I already promote renders, so like, right? They lose nothing by saying no because I'm already promoting it and using it for most things I try and launch, you know? Like the thing we're launching right now is on render. Just because it's so much easier, right? It's like, it's easy. Y'all make it real easy. If I don't need a server-side like function, render's where I'm going. Because it's easier than GitHub if I want to do like routing and things like that, you know? It's just easier than GitHub pages in general at this point. Which I find actually really kind of cool. Ooh, hold on. So there you go, Elhan. My bot crashed. 1 second. The bot's back up. So, Elhan, yeah, just do the song command again and you're good to go. My bad. Yeah, that bot crashed. It's back up now. There you go. Thank you, Elhan. Appreciate that. I really appreciate that, because I would have done the command for you anyway. Thank you for letting me, like, not have to do that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so yeah, we try ignoring the stop. Export. What is some state that we actually need to, like, export? Because I don't want to deal with it. Right? At least that and that. And channel name. Export const min bits state. Use atom with storage. Oh, no, it's not use atom with storage, it's just atom with storage. So the key no, so render is for all sorts of stuff, but the free tier really lends itself for static sites. If you want to host like an image, that is a separate thing, and render's pricing is different because of that. So if you're doing just static sites that you want to have like easily routable, then you're good to go. So yeah, like build and deploy, free tier, You can do static sites and, 500 pipeline minutes a month, 100 gigabytes of free bandwidth. Like, honestly, really not bad for static site hosting. If you want actual serverless, that's a little tougher. So yeah, services, workers, Redis, Postgres, for sure. But they don't do serverless in the way that like Netlify and Vercel would have you think about serverless, right? So not quite the same thing. If I end up needing a backend endpoint for a static site I'd deploy, that backend endpoint would likely go to another provider. And then I could just call it from my static site wherever it's hosted, possibly Render, possibly Vercel, possibly Netlify, wherever. But the idea is like I could host the serverless portion of things wherever, and then you're just consuming it from the website that cares. So that could be an option. I would recommend Render for all your static site needs, especially if you want proper history routing versus having to use hashtag-based routing like GitHub Pages would require, right? Even then, GitHub Pages really like just kind of sucks for actual applications. It's better for docs sites, which is what it was made for, right? So yeah, Render fills in a niche for me specifically. And that niche is static hosting that I want to be more robust than GitHub Pages, but I don't want to like spin up an entirely new account on AWS for it yet. And going the Netlify or Vercel route is kind of outside of scope. So yeah, like it fills the niche before I need those other things. And Netlify and Vercel would solve the niche before I need to just spin up my own entire infrastructure via AWS serverless stuff. No, there is not. I mean, let me put it this way. I didn't give it that much time. I just ended up giving them a credit card, giving them a portion of my, like a maximum amount I want to spend per month, $20. And from there, we can just test it. So I think the maximum spend limit they give you is really good. I think there's other things that would be beneficial for someone trying to be like a power user with multiple assistants, Hey, you're calling into our voice support line. We've run out of credits for the BS, for Vapi, and instead you're going to have to use our typical automated, phone system that sucks, but it's more cost effective for the moment or something, right? You wouldn't say that verbatim to a user, but simply like, hey, our conversational AI is down right now. Translation, yeah, we've hit our spending limit. And instead just use our VoIP, whatever, like PTX solution or whatever they call it. I think it's PTX, but I don't remember, right? There's like a name for like those automated voice dialing things for like banks, etc. I would say that's actually the main customer that Vapi is trying to actually supplant, right? Those like PTX systems or whatever they're called. Instead, you could just have Vapi do that and probably charge less because those PTX systems are expensive. And again, I don't remember if PTX is the right term. But in my opinion, that's the most like broadly focused aspect of Vapi, right? Those PTX solutions. So, yeah, here you go. Yeah, no, verbatim, PBX. That's probably what I'm thinking, right? My brain was just spacing on what they are. But yeah, I think PBX is actually it. But 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Two out of 3 ain't bad. I'll take those odds. I'll take those odds any day of the week. Would those odds have lost me money on the Super Bowl yesterday? Maybe. I think here's the thing. You got a brand new-ish quarterback who doesn't know the pressure of things, having to perform at the level of the Super Bowl, and you've got a guy who's been there 3 times. I would say the pressure of that situation is probably worth betting on the return person rather than the brand new person. Just in general. Just in general. That said, I would have put money on the Niners anyway. I thought they had a better receiver core. It was a really close game. There was like, dude, that one punt, that was the game decider. The dude that bobbled that ball instead of diving on top of it actually ruined the game right there. That was the person that lost the entire game. If there is a single LVP award to be given, that person gets it. Just dive on top of it. Don't try and pick it up. What were you thinking? And they weren't. The adrenaline got to them. Not their fault, but yeah, that was the deciding factor of the game. If they had recovered that punt properly and salted the entire thing, yeah, it wouldn't have actually worked out in the Chiefs' favor. That was the deciding factor of the game. So yeah, I would expect every single team out there should be focusing on special teams at some point. What do you do in this situation? Right? Training, etc. Speaks to me as like a training problem. Because most teams don't actually consider special teams to be integral to solving the problem. So yeah, anyway, we don't want to go too sports ball-y. I get it. Yeah, I know, whatever. You can be snarky or you can just recognize that people enjoy a thing. And is it worth it to, you know, pee on their cake? Probably not. All right, is it worth pissing in someone's Cheerios over it? Probably not. No, I get that. But yeah, instead of like trying to take the wind out of their sails, you could actually just try and understand it. Or just not comment. Either one, probably the better move, right? Sometimes the winning move is not to play. How about a nice game of chess? No, probably not. It's a good film, don't get me wrong. Exactly, Bob. All right, so let me double check this. Channel name is also something I want. Minimum bits, public key, assistant ID. Yes. So, those bits of state, we need to actually, like, consume and bubble up. Oh, air brakes. All right, cool. So we're getting that deployed up. When did I start programming? Today, like 2 hours ago. Maybe an hour, like 2.5 hours ago. If you mean in general, that number doesn't matter. If I said 30 years ago, you shouldn't care. If I say 20 or 10 or 5 or 1, you shouldn't care. Right? Because that number is meaningless. What I'm capable of, regardless of that number, is the most important thing. That's fine. Yeah, right? If I just said a while, that's all you need to know. If it was just a year ago, don't feel bad about it. We all have our own pace. It's not just a year ago, but you should never care about the time that someone's been doing something. Only care about what they can do. In a similar vein, I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it. I've known people that have been snowboarding for 20 years and still suck at it. I've met kids who only snowboarded for 3 years and went pro. Yes, I know for a fact they went pro. They got paychecks from companies. Companies that were only giving me free gear. Right? The time spent doing it is meaningless compared to the effort put in during that time. And you can't quantify that. There's no way of coming up with a number that represents the effort put in over a period of time. It just doesn't exist. Instead, you can only look at the output. All right, looks like add yotai and persisted state is done. That does mean I need to go like re-enable some things. Okay, yeah, we're good there. Public API key. And then the assistant ID. All right, so
CMGRIFF, thank you for the bits. ING would be an eccentric superhero with the power of energy manipulation. Their origin story begins when they accidentally stumbled upon a hidden laboratory where they were exposed to experimental technology. This exposure granted them the ability to harness and control all forms of energy, allowing them to shoot powerful blasts, create force fields, and even manipulate electrical currents. With their newfound powers, CMGRIFFING becomes a guardian of justice, using their energy manipulation skills to protect the innocent and fight against evil. They swiftly become known as the Empowered Dynamo, a beacon of hope in the face of darkness.
Okay, so assistant volume level did not end. I want to see what I got billed for right there. And hey, what's up, not Chris? You're the opposite of Chris, which means you're probably like, 6'5", pure muscle, devilishly handsome, with a full head of hair, right? You're like the opposite of me. That's a good way of phrasing it there, Real Pygon. And that's actually the biggest problem that a lot of people run into, and we call it tutorial hell. If you spend all your time making tutorials rather than building something out, you'll only have experience at building tutorials. I was having fun. I was just kidding. Yeah. I like to think I'm adorable. Whether it's true or not, nah. I'll simply consider thinking I'm adorable. Boom, nailed it, right? No big deal. Ain't no bot gonna tell me I'm ugly. Ain't no viewer gonna tell me I'm ugly either. That's up to me to decide. All right, let's look at calls right here. And if we look at the most recent, 2 seconds, 52 seconds. Cutie patootie. There we go. Thanks, Tobbs. Mr. Sir. Again, adorable is the only acceptable word. I'm kidding. You can say whatever you want. But please be nice about it. Don't be too thirsty about it. If we were hanging out with a bunch of other people at the bar, phrase it the way you'd phrase it there. Not just you and I, but everybody. Every single person watching. Would you actually, like, you know, would you call me a cutie patootie in front of other people? I'm pressing a little bit of X to doubt. Just saying. You would? All right, well, that's on you. I get it. Sure. Give it a few hours at the bar, and then, yeah, anything's possible. I mean, we'll tweet it right now. Do it. Do it now. What are you waiting for? I am here! What are you waiting for? Yeah, I'd say check out the macros in JSTS. It's a good video. I'm really proud of that one. Yeah. Make sure you read the description and, like, follow-up text. For sure, because there's some mistakes I made. Obviously. Every good video deserves a redaction, right? Or at least, like, hey, here's what we messed up. But yeah, who likes my really bad Arnold impersonation from Predator? Do it now! What are you waiting for? Yeah, it sounds more German the more I say it. Kill me! Oh, I'm sorry, Rupture. Yeah, we've got a bot. Right? That's like the lowest effort statement you could make. You're number 528. Promissify is good, but yeah, if you have like nested things within something you want to promissify, you might be better off wrapping it yourself. But that can also be a foot gun. So yeah, it depends. So here's the thing, we only got billed 12 cents for that whole thing. It was nested. Yeah, if you're dealing with nested stuff, ooh, yeah. Nested promises and how they should like throw versus resolve is really something you need to do by hand. Dude. I'm gonna reply to it. How do you like my reply? Honestly, that's better than some other, like, images I've seen of other people. I'm okay with that. That's actually, like, I'm not that wonky-eyed. My eyes aren't level, but no one's are. But yeah, I've had way worse wonky-eyed situations go. Yeah. Ooh, I've seen one of Theo that I actually didn't post because I actually don't want to be persona non grata, you know? Like, oh man, yeah, would have been brutal. I've seen a Theo, like, screenshot that was very much like Steve Buscemi eyes. I've seen a Primogen one, very much Steve Buscemi eyes. Like, we're only human. We're gonna have those moments. It's fine. Don't feel bad about it. But I felt like calling myself out for that first. Okay? I like how Cutie Patootie is right there in, like, the bottom line too. Like, they got lined up right there together. That's pretty good. Like, good job timing that one. The price of your boycott. Wait, you mean like the 12 cents just for that one? Yeah, so exactly, yeah. Each one of these things will be around like 11 or 12 cents for sure. Right? So yeah, that's like totally the thing. However, if we charge $1 for someone to have this initiated, then we're good to go. What you're seeing right now is me just debugging things. If we set a minimum bits amount to $1, then that's pure profit, you know? Like, that's pure profit. That's more money than we make in general from other stuff. Yes, I am Chris. I am CM Griffin. I am Christopher Michael Griffin, okay? I am the real Chris here. You're just some imposter. You're definitely not this Chris. Yeah, as far as we know, you are just some imposter trying to pretend to be the real Chris. Will the real CM Griffin please stand up? Well, no, I don't feel like it right now, but I think we're good. I think you know what I mean. All right, so how is everyone's day going? Oh man, my connection faltered there for a bit. Sorry for the dropped frames. I think we should be good now. Pretty sure. Pretty sure we're good. Good night from Spain. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. How you doing, Ruiz? Cheers. Yeah. Hello from not Spain. So good, you coded a bit at work, did some reviews, got home, ate dinner, and now relaxing. Ooh, yeah, the further you get into a senior role, the more time you actually just spend doing code review. And that's actually the best way you can deliver value. Technically. Like, I agree with that 1,000%. The more senior you get, the more you can impart knowledge just doing a good code review. And that's beautiful. That's like a really good use of time. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Ruiz. Appreciate that. Yeah, cheers. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, no, not Chris. I fully embrace that entire, like, process. Like, good job. Yeah, you're killing it. What you're looking at right now, yeah, if you just do song, you can typically get a link to the current song playing. If you want to get a playlist of, like, the music that I listen to while I snowboard, etc., that I can't necessarily play on stream right now, yeah, playlist is actually a good reference for that. So, there you go. So when you say observable land, are you talking about, like, RxJS observables? Are you on an Angular project? You are? Cool. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Here's the biggest thing I would actually push back on, and I know this goes against a lot of other Angular people, so feel free to take it or leave it. I fundamentally hate async pipes. I fundamentally hate async pipes. Nah, man, it's a mixture of concerns, and it actually, like, brings state into your templates in a way that you should not be dealing with state. Instead, you can resolve that state and have clearly defined boundaries of state from what you pass to the template instead. And that's based upon resolving things at the observable level within the right, like, hook, you know? So, real quick, if you're on a team that prefers async pipes, I actually consider that a foot gun. I really do. Massively. I'm sorry, like, it's so much harder to actually debug those. Never knew a great alternative? So, hold on, not Chris. The great alternative is the smart component, dumb component approach. Your smart component does all of your data wiring, and your dumb component just renders that state, which means all of your dumb components are, like, easily, like, just renderable, because you just pass them the props that they need. So, I don't remember if Storybook works with Angular nowadays. I know there was a thing previously that you could use that wasn't Storybook that I forgot the name of. I think Storybook works nowadays, though. I don't remember the Angular alternative to Storybook, so I might be messing that up. But, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? If your components can render every which way based upon the props you pass them, your top-level route is the only thing that's responsible for resolving the data from the server based upon URL params, etc., and then you just pass that down to your components, right? And at that point, all of your components just render based upon the data they're passed, which makes them really easy to test. No, I get it. I know what you're saying. I totally understand that. The entire thing I'm talking about is like a React-centric way of looking at it, but it's really like the right way of looking at it. The top-level route concern actually just rationalizes data based upon the URL, and then your subcomponents only like render data based upon the rationalized data from your data fetching. And data fetching happens in one place. And then boom, you're done, right? So I would say the biggest thing is co-locating all of your data fetching to one place. And that is your like main component for a route. If you're dealing with the idea of like sub routes and like sub data fetching, you're actually digging yourself a hole that you don't want to deal with. In most large-scale applications, you're better off just refetching that data. Create like a service to abstract out some of like the glue of like, yeah, this thing needed to be fetched and then the other thing needed to be fetched based upon that and like blah, blah, blah. That's a service problem, not your top-level route problem. So if there's like common logic between routes, that's a service issue. And then from there, your data resolving is separate from how you render it. And the rendering of things is purely like mockable because you're just passing data to it, not resolving fetches in like deeply nested components, etc. Some people will say that's the power of RSCs in React. I would say no, 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 no. I don't want my leaf nodes of my application resolving application state. That should be passed to them via context or other state management. Because at that point, you have one place you're fetching it, one place you're resolving it, one place you're passing it along, and every other component can be actually like programmatically tested based upon the props that you pass it. And that becomes really valuable and useful. Because everything is deterministic at that point. When you think about state and like fetching data is really a route level concern. Like fundamentally, that is a route level concern. As we change the route and we change the params in the URL, etc., that is how we actually change how we fetch our data, almost categorically, like 1000%. If you think about your data in that way, everything else is actually easily testable because you're only passing it data rather than letting leaf nodes resolve data. So this is maybe like an outdated approach to it. I think this is actually the right approach to it. Your data is fetched in one place with different hooks, etc., not always at init. And then your rendering is just leaf nodes rationalizing that data. If you embrace that approach, everything is really easy to test. Everything is really easy to mock the data going into it via jest, etc. It becomes really simple when you think about it as like data modeling based upon the route you're on. I have heard of signals. I would still say use signals for simple data that you want to share. Use observables and services and like subjects for complicated data. Because you cannot model the same things with signals that you can with services and observables. Right? Your pipeline of we did this fetch and here's how we actually like map that data and turn it into something we can render, that will actually always be unique to other things. So signals are useful for primitives services and subjects are still useful for more complex data types. And you'll figure out when those things are, right? It's not even like the data type itself. It's maybe like how that data type is derived. Modeling that with signals is a pain in the ass. Whereas like, yeah, observables make it kind of like really easy. So instead, understand the problem you're trying to solve. Signals are not the end-all be-all of state management. They actually just solve the simpler parts of your state. And the more complex levels of your application state are still better off within observables or subjects or whatever, right? Yeah, observables are magical. They do so much more powerful things than wiring up your own logic to a signal would actually do. So I think the best Angular applications out there would actually embrace both. But no matter what, let me just point out, I am adamantly against using any raw data type in your templates. Rationalize the data type first, and then pass it through. And then you set your components up to be easily renderable with whatever state you want to pass them. I hope that helps. I don't want to like dive into and make that like the core part of what we're talking about today. But yeah, for sure. There's value there, and I hope you got some value from it. No worries. Yeah, I have led multiple front-end teams for Angular. Less so for React, but I've done so. And yeah, the biggest thing I can say is extrapolate the things they don't need to care about in a way that they don't even realize that there's a thing they didn't need to care about. So when it comes to the observable approach or some of these other things, create an outerlying abstraction that they consume, and then they're only consuming that, and they don't need to worry about like how it like affects the nitty gritty of like some components, whatever, right? So yeah, like the top level API is the most important thing you can really think about and rationalize. My favorite thing of like really recognizing like the separation of concerns with an Angular application is this. I have interviewed someone for my own role at a previous company. And I wasn't like, I knew I was interviewing someone for my role because I was a contractor. I didn't let that get in the way. I actually evaluated some people that were really good at what they do, but would they be able to carry the front end for an application for this? And the answer was no. But we ended up hiring people that were really good that just hadn't ever dealt with this. A really good example of someone we hired that failed, right? Failed a part of the interview. Hey, so you're developing a major large-scale application. What is the place that you would decide to invalidate a user's token, right? Like, how do you know that the user has maybe an expired token or a bad token and you just log them out? What is the one place you would do that? In an Angular application, the number one only proper answer is your HTTP interceptor. You just intercept the 401, right, of a bad token, and you log the user out, and you redirect them to your login page. Bim bam boom. It's one place you do that. I have interviewed people that didn't know that one place because there's only ever one person that deals with that. Ever. On an application, there's one person that writes out the entire auth interceptor for all HTTP logic for the application. That one person is the only person that actually knows the right place to do this. So there was a person I interviewed that didn't know that answer, but we absolutely ended up hiring them for the back end because they were a really good engineer. But were they massively knowledgeable for the front end? No, and we didn't hire them for the front end. They were a back end person, even though they had done front end Angular stuff previously. No. I'm sorry. You're not going to take the role I have on a front end team if you don't understand the right place to actually do your HTTP interceptor stuff. If you don't know that, that's fine. Don't feel bad. It's not like you're a bad engineer. It just means you haven't had to do that. When I'm looking for someone to fill the role I provide for an organization, yeah, they should absolutely know that because they might be the person that has to deal with that. They might be the person that fixes the bug in the interceptor. If you've never touched an HTTP interceptor, you're not going to be good at fixing it. And that's like a fundamental, huge problem because you're going to spend a lot of time debugging that if you don't understand the fundamentals of what that entails. So again, it's a very simple thing. You can be a senior engineer and never have to touch that part of an application because only one person on the app ever touches that. Categorically, for the most part. Should we train everyone to be able to deal with that part? Absolutely. Do we have the time to do so? Yeah, unlikely. But again, interceptors are massively important to understand as a fundamental paradigm because they exist within every application. Is it harder to do if you're using raw fetch? Yeah, a little bit. It's just some work you gotta do. You gotta make your own abstraction on top of fetch. Instead, could you just use Axios? Yeah, you could. Totally. But how many people even know that's a problem they need to solve? Very few. Very, 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 very few. I've had interviews in which I asked someone that question. Hey, when would I want to log someone out if they don't have access? And they said, well, I would just check it on every route. Hell no. Fuck no. No way in hell. Check it on every route? Do you want to write that boilerplate? You don't. You definitely don't. When you're talking about route guards are a way of doing it, but if you can actually intercept the first request anyway, you're good to go. I would say route guards are actually just as problematic as saying is deal with it on every route. Because you still need to be concerned with which route needs this guard and which one doesn't. Instead, if I get a single 401, I just log the user out. Easy. Problem solved. Right? Route guards are actually majorly problematic because you don't show the user anything until those guards resolve. That's a terrible user experience, isn't it? Could you just show a skeleton loader until your data loaded? And if they get a 401 for any of that data, you just log them out. Bam, bam, boom. Problem solved, right? Science. At the end of the day, route guards are minimal. I could count on one hand, right? This hand right here. How many times I've actually needed to use route guards versus just a global interceptor. Global interceptor solves all your problems. You're fine. Just do that. Because they won't see any data they shouldn't see if a single endpoint fails, you know? Right? Not a single endpoint should resolve with data they should see if they have an invalid token. So no matter what, they might see like loaders and then they get redirected to the login point. Problem solved. Unnecessary DB calls on accident. So that's one way of looking at it. Those DB calls should not be that big of a hit or issue, right? To worry about hitting your database when you don't need to is basically trying to solve like caching problems. And I think we all know that caching is also a major problem in and of itself. So yeah, route guard might solve it with one, but if you have multiple things you're guarding upon, those all happen in parallel. So like you didn't even save unnecessary calls, because instead, yeah, the thing you needed based upon the route was resolved within the route guard anyway. And every route guard needs to be written for every route, or at least reusable for every route. And that's not always the case. Then you end up gluing together a lot of route guards for a route that needs multiple things, you know? So space case, I agree. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so not Chris. Plamp. I believe y'all are actually like talking about similar situations, and Space Case is really describing that same situation. There are certain cases where you do want a proper route guard. I consider that the edge case though. If you're looking at route guards as the common case, you're duplicating a logic, like a major amount of logic, right? I could see that not, Chris, right? You have a page where, like, you know, logged in users should see one thing and then logged out users should see another. And that is a specific case of, I don't even think like relevant for route guards. That's just like, yeah, did the data resolve or not? You show them the content or not. But you're not going to redirect someone in that case, right? I think route guards are an edge case in the same way like RSCs are an edge case. You might need them eventually, but if you reach for them for every route, you're kind of messing up. Does that make sense there, Plamp? Like, do we agree? Like, is there some like thing you want to call out there in the discussion? I'd be really curious. The who am I query, and it just polls things. Yeah, so technically Space Case, that polling case, the way you're doing that with polling is actually like inefficient. That is actually like massively inefficient. But again, like inefficiency is not bad inherently, right? Inefficiency is just inefficient. Inefficiency is only a problem when it's like bottlenecking other things. And I would assume that you're not there, right? You're not hitting that case. I would say that you know, it's not a problem. Fuck it. Whatever. I would say not a problem. So yeah, if you have major ways you want to push back on the statements I said versus like the situations I didn't say, we can discuss them. I get that. I think it's important to recognize like when I'm saying a thing, I'm meaning in the common case, and there are absolutely edge cases to all this. So yeah, don't feel bad if you feel like you are in the edge case realistically, you might be. And I don't necessarily have the right approach for you to solve that problem. No, so not Chris, like P-Lamp, yeah, for sure. We could discuss a solution to both cases. P-Lamp, I believe like one case is already solved. So what is the case that you want to solve that you don't think is solved with what we discussed? And remember that we mentioned multiple cases here. But I think it's a good conversation. I just have to go pee. I gotta go use the restroom. BRB, see you in a sec. I'm gonna pour some water. I'm gonna put some pork in some water so I can defrost it. And yeah, we'll be right back. Again, not Chris. You're not delaying stream at all. I decide how I delay stream. You can't force that in any way. I'm already delaying it. This is my thing. So, thank you. All right, I'm back. Don't worry your pretty little heads about it. But yeah, no, not Chris. Like, this was good. Yeah, like, don't feel bad about this. Like, we are discussing and evaluating and doing everything in real time. My favorite part of stream is interaction with chat. Within reason. There's some people that suck to interact with, right? We know that. We're good to go. All right, I should pace myself a little bit. Burp. I should try and make this less delicious. All right, let's pace ourselves on that one. I'm gonna pour a snack. No worries, not Chris. Again, I make really good background noise while you're working. If you're not aware of that, yeah, duh, I make really good background noise. Treat me as like a podcast you're listening to. I'm just saying, don't feel bad. I think I make really good background noise. I've heard plenty of people say so. Let me eat just a little bit of these shrimp chips. They're just so good. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Will I be pursuing a Calbee sponsorship at some point? Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm only human, man. One second. My humidifier is totally messing with my camera. Damn this humidifier. Woe is me, whatever shall I do? All right, there we go. We fixed the humidifier. How's the weather in my place? I mean, humidity needs some work. Nah, we're at like, let's go look at it. It kind of makes me sad. All right, so Wednesday we might get like 1 to 3. Thursday, meh, and then Friday, partly sunny. High around 28. So it's not even like a slushy day. I gotta move somewhere else, man. Where do they got the powder? And then like slush during spring? It's a really weird year. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. It sucks. How do I say your name? Is it EKXD? Is that like the right way to do it? XD. I get it. I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. The fact that the last part was spelled out made me think the first part needed to be like said like letter by letter too. My bad. Not your name's fine. Don't change shit. Right? Don't change anything. I know. No. That's just me misreading. I'm sorry. I'll try and remember it from here on out. Like, you know, teamwork. You might have to remind me once or twice. Again, teamwork. I think I can remember that, though. I really think I can. Are you here in Washington, too? No worries. No stress. And don't dox yourself if you don't want to. Giving you the out, you can just say like, nah. Oh, cool. Wait. Have we met before? And if that doxes you, feel free to say no. I get it. Like, there's already one person I'm guessing you are. Already. Like, for sure. Probably not. Oh. Do you organize Vancouver JS? Okay, there we go. That's all I was getting at. That's the only, like, Vancouver person I was thinking that might have had an account and just hadn't made one yet. No, I'm just throwing it out there. The dude that does, really good dude. Yeah, he's awesome. I just want to throw it out there. Vancouver JS is just a meetup you can go to. I meant literally Vancouver JS. Come on. I think it's like Van JS or some BS. I think it's just Van.js. This is it. I would say check this out. The dude that organizes it is really cool. You're totally not them, right? Double wink. But yeah, like, super good group. If I could just get my passport, I will absolutely propose a talk to Van.js. Like, the dude has invited me multiple times because he comes down to, like, Seattle events every once in a while. He's invited me multiple times. So yeah, really cool dude. I think it's this Sean McKay dude, but I could be mixing that up. When I see Sean McKay, I think S-H-A-U-N, and that's like a snowboarder name. But yeah, no, he's like just a totally different person. Super cool though. I've seen him at Cascadia JS more than once. Technically the after parties because I never make it to the main event. Yeah, no worries. Like, it's really cool. There's also another one. Do you know Bash Bunny? There's another dude named, like, TK. He does, like, something dojo. Bash Bunny, the streamer, she's been at, like, the TK meetup. I don't know the name. I couldn't find it if I tried right now. But yeah, Bash Bunny, the streamer. Yep. She has helped sponsor and, like, be a part of, like, TK's meetups, which are also kind of, like, really cool. So, yeah, I don't know what TK's meetup is. And, yeah, I don't think she's there every time, but, like, just, she's been a supporter. She's, like, streamed it on her channel before. Which is why it's public, and I don't feel weird talking about it, but now I kind of do. But TK, right? Like, that's, like, YouTuber guy. He's really good. And he hosts a meetup, like, every month, I think. Yeah, he's like TK and then like something dojo. Like, I don't know, right? Check his stuff out, for sure. He's also in the area hosting meetups, doing stuff. I've never made it up to any of these, but yeah, one of the core like organizers keeps trying to get me to go up there and present. But yeah, no, I just, I need a passport, man. That shit's tough. That's like effort. I think I actually need to get my birth certificate reprinted because I think I lost it. I'm pretty sure I lost it. Like, fuck. What does that mean? If I lose that, have I just never been born? I'm just here? I exist? It's on record somewhere. Someone's got it, right? Like, come on. I hope. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go through every document I have in, like, an entire room full of documents. This is my nightmare. So, yeah, I don't want to do that. Anyway, let's keep doing what we're doing. Let's hack out what we're doing. Yeah. Take my sweet time. Let's close some tabs we don't need. GitHub pages, some of that. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, we'll leave that one. Get out of here. Don't need that. Right? We're closing tabs. I know. Some people are really happy about that right now, aren't they? We can close Vexilla for now. Yep. And then, yeah, we're already at, like, the Vexilla backlog. We'll leave that one. Because we'll be on that here in, like, the next day or two. Like, really. I want to get this thing we're doing ourselves good enough. I'm not trying to make it perfect. Like, come on. Nah, it's a proof of concept. We're making it as dirty as we possibly can. Because it's more fun that way. And also, like, yeah, it's not meant to exist past a few days. And it should serve as inspiration for something that should exist longer. Bim bam boom, science, nailed it. Let's make it happen. Right? Alright, so what we've done recently, let's just double check. I think we pushed everything up, right? Yeah, for sure. So we are redeployed. We got persistence. I have it over on this other machine. Alright, cool. Oh. That is something I have to explicitly click.
Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING, also known as Captain Griffin, is a superhero who possesses the remarkable ability to control and manipulate the forces of nature. Born from a mystical encounter with a powerful griffin, Captain Griffin bravely defends their city from environmental threats and disasters. With the power to summon and control wind, generate earthquakes, and command lightning, Captain Griffin safeguards the city and restores balance to nature. A symbol of harmony between humans and the natural world, Captain Griffin always fights for justice and protects the environment from harm.
Okay.
Great. If you have any more usernames, feel free to share and I'll create a superhero description for them.
Oh, shit.
Apologies, but I can't generate a superhero description based on that username. If you have any other usernames or any specific requests, please let me know.
Okay, cool. She called me Captain Griffin. Yeah, that was good. That one nailed it. Okay. All right. Huh. So I think another big part of what's going on is we don't need microphone access. Could we disable that entire portion of things if we don't need that because we can go based upon something else? Like, I know it's an edge case, but it'd be nice to be able to turn that off because we don't need it. I'd like to be able to chat at y'all while it's going, you know? So yeah, that could be a good feature. Yeah. All right, so, yeah, I don't know. That was good. No, here's a different thing. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. What we need to be able to do is queue multiple people at once. Alright, so I want to make sure I'm ignoring Nightbot with this one. So that's why I'm doing the subscriber thing. And I think we have enough subscribers actually watching that we can test it this way. Parallelism. Is it Parallelism? Or is it actually two L's at the end and only one at the beginning? I fuck up parallel. How do I say it? Parallel. It's 2 then 1. All right. Two then one. Oh, I was fucking superhero. Woo! When you actually spell parallelism right the first time, I believe that's when you become a senior developer. I'm almost positive that's it. Now, this isn't the first time, but man, it's the first time in a long time. Fucking nailed it. Woo! You can do this. You'll get it, right? It just takes time. And then you remember the pattern. Right? The Reanimator didn't reanimate his first body the first time. Come on, no big deal. Don't worry about it. It was failed experiment after failed experiment, and then he became the master reanimator. I believe the song either ends or gets really good. I think that's the ending. All right. Now there was the... Oh, wait. Oh. Actually, never mind. Nope, this is the good part. They faked us out, man. Yeah. So, honestly, what would fail from any of that? Now, our render deploy is fine. We can go to the dashboard. We don't even need to. We know it's good. It's already out there. It's deployed a few seconds ago. Duh. Refresh. Local storage saves us. Alright, we got debugging turned on. I need people with subscriptions to chat. And our queue should be working.
Thank you for the bits. Four-wheel Gator, also known as Gator Rider, is a fearless hero with the ability to manipulate and control any type of vehicle. Born from a near-fatal car accident, they discovered their power to communicate with machines, transforming them into unstoppable weapons. As the Gator Rider, they roam the streets, utilizing their mechanical expertise to defend the innocent from villains and protect their city. With their trusty 4x4 Gator vehicle, they navigate any terrain, swiftly apprehending criminals and restoring justice. Their courage and mastery of transportation make Four-wheel Gator a force to be reckoned with.
Okay, so real quick. When I'm saying that might mean again, right? Like, try it again. All right, Bricarian? I'm trying to mime here as best as I can, and I'm a terrible mime, so I get that. That's my fault. That's totally my fault. I get it. I 1000% understand I'm a bad mime. All right? But I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying. All right? So, yeah, that means all other subs out there. I am sitting here trying to tell y'all, if I'm talking to the bot, I can wake the bot up with my voice, but I don't want to pollute it with my voice. I'd rather have the messages go and see if it responds with new messages. And I need a bunch of them because maybe one was a timing issue. Right? But don't spam too hard, because that would overload things in a way that I have no idea how to predict. All right? We ready? I'm gonna do that one every once in a while. That means bring it on, right? I think in some languages it also means tickle the balls, but whatever. Tomato, tomato. So hold on, let me refresh. 1 second, we don't have it yet.
Thank you for the bits. 4-Wheel Gator, the Swamp Sprinter. Born into a family of skilled mechanics, 4-Wheel Gator developed an extraordinary ability to control and transform vehicles. With a mere touch, he can shift any car, motorcycle, or even a helicopter into a sleek, high-speed machine. His expertise lies in off-road terrain, effortlessly gliding through swamps and muddy trails. 4-Wheel. The Korean, the Stellar Sentinel, hails from a distant planet bathed in cosmic energies. Gifted with celestial powers, Bokarian possesses the ability to manipulate and channel starlight, harnessing its radiant energy for various purposes. Whether creating protective force fields or unleashing dazzling laser beams, their celestial powers are unmatched. Born with a deep connection to the stars, Bokarian's mission is to defend the universe from cosmic threats and illuminate the darkest corners of space with their stellar abilities.
All right, so we still have a bit of a state management issue, right? We should not be interrupting anybody else, and we should only catch their name, throw it into the list, and let the list resolve when the other thing is fully done. Okay, yeah, so there is a way we can do this. I am almost positive. In my opinion, I think it's all actually up to the state that this use effect is maintaining. Right, we're adjusting, just logging the volume level. This is actually one of our most, like, who cares volume levels, but really I do see it get reported. Oh no, we don't see it right now because I refreshed. Shit. I think this is the biggest one that actually like logs out to like 50 or 60 at a time when it's at 0 because it's not actually transmitting. And that actually just adds like noise to our chat and like our logs. So I think we're good. We're gonna just do the whole thing. There we go. So that's at least one part. What we need to maybe do is think about the process. And I think this is another big bit of feedback I need to give on the product as part of like the follow-up to this like take home. What if I want to establish just a single like transaction? I really feel like the SDK should facilitate that in like a really simple way. Just, yeah, do I want to hear the response to a single transaction? Why not? Right? Am I utilizing the entire workflow? No. But is it a common use case for someone that would be targeting your product anyway? Probably. Right? Am I part of the common case implementing this product? Maybe not. But I'm at least like a marginal version of a user that would care. So yeah, this API needs not just these hooks, they need like utility methods that string together a bunch of the hooks in a way that is like synchronizable. Right? Like one thing I do and like some stuff happens and resolves and then I move on. Because then it would simplify how I do some of the other things rather than having to wire up to the on events, right? There should be some way of getting a synchronous like, hey, here's the thing I sent you. Give me the response out of it. When that's done, can I continue to the next thing that was in my queue until the queue is empty? Boom, done. How much of that should be third party versus like core internal? I really do think that needs to be like an internal part of this whole thing. Because I would think technically it would have to wrap a lot of these things with like an individual ID. It would have to pass that context along to the instance, but then that ID would then be able to like resolve like not just like the client ID, but like a request ID maintained within the SDK. I'm not 100% certain that's necessary. I'd have to think about it more. I'd have to really like chat with a core engineer on the product. That separation you're talking about for wheel could absolutely be done within one file, right? That orchestration could be done totally fine. Nah, man, we don't need two separate things. We can just do that within the app because async scheduling is a solvable problem, you know? What we actually need is a proper way to identify the end of a statement. Because speech ended is actually not it. Speech ended is totally not it. We might need to like debounce speech ended here, or speech end and debounce it based upon start going too, right? Like, so it's not even like a simple debounce, but there's definitely something we could do to prevent what we're doing here from firing until we're actually done. And I think that's the exact key of what we're trying to talk about right now, right? When instead, could they have that as part of just like a core part of the API? Could it just be one utility method that awaits these things? I think so. Like, absolutely. And that'd be really good. So I think that's a big thing they're missing from this API. Now, should it just be something on top that we test and make happen? Yeah. But am I inclined to do that on my own time for free? Not if I can hack this out to make it work. But I do think they do need utility methods built on top of this. And the same things could be done for other languages, etc. too. Right? It's just the orchestration of the events, realistically. And that is modelable, that is like visualizable, that is provable in a lot of ways. That, yeah, like that sounds like an SDK concern. I think, right? I do want to make this work more. I think we've gotten to a point where the product usage has kind of been shown, right? They might be bummed on the lemonades while we're doing so. This is my time. If it's company time, yeah, no lemonade. No big deal. That's the easiest thing in the world. I barely drink lemonade on Sundays, right? Like the my time days. For some reason, while I'm streaming, just makes stream more fun for everyone, I think. Sometimes. But yeah, no, there is definitely like an orchestration of like the start and end events for certain things. If an ID could be passed as context, especially. And I think that should actually probably be doable. We'd have to look at the core of their SDK, and here's actually the fun part, right? Like, hold on. That's probably it. All right. Yeah, okay. Curious. I wonder why not mixing like all the examples into one like repo, but yeah, just like effort makes sense. I would almost like namespace it by example dash first instead. Because then it frees you up for like example dash client side, example dash server, and like it's groupable. Right? Not the end. Like, really, not a big deal. Not the end of the world. The majority of their examples are actually back end, which kind of like, I don't know. Shows a bit of bias. We got one client-side example? Okay. Okay. All right. So, yeah, we chilling. We doing our thing. We're at 4:30. I plan on another little bit of doing what we do. Ooh, I poured that way too heavy. One thing I need to do right now, though, well, give me some, just like, you know, a little bit of time. I need to go thaw some pork in the fridge. I got it frozen. It's rib meat. I'm gonna do some chow mein for dinner. Yeah, damn right. So, let me go thaw this. Yeah, this was poured heavy. I can take a sip, but nah, really, hold on. No, let's pour water first. A sip, and we'll pour like water like halfway through for sure. And yeah, that's actually the best way to start pacing, I think, for myself. If I just keep pouring water, I don't know what the ratio is. And if I can space out, re-upping, way better. So, in the meantime, though, let's look at, yeah, what we're doing here. There is like an orchestration timing issue to solve here. I almost want to like create a cache and not say a user's name more than once a minute or something. Yeah, that gets weird. Ooh, yeah, let me go thaw this pork. I don't think we need to solve that problem right now. I think right now all we need to do is solve the timing issue of multiple people chatting at the same time and queuing stuff up. And we've got something wrong there. I know that for a fact. Okay, chow mein pork thawing. So, here's what we're doing. We've got the user queue. It's a use ref that we are pushing and shifting to as we see fit. And those are synchronous actions happening on an object that is passed by reference. So like no matter where we're fiddling with it, it should be fine. So we should not be running into any major race condition style issues with this. So it's really about how I understand the flow of like commands coming into this, right? I think so. I really think I kind of want to make this be in a timeout, but the moment we start using timeouts for like scheduling, we got a problem. Like we would at least need to make it like an async timeout so we could await things. We don't need to await it in this context, but I do think awaitable timeout is going to be a worthwhile thing at some point. Like realistically, do we do like an async or like an awaitable timeout right here for some BS timer condition? But yeah, I think we're gonna need like awaitable timeouts. I really do think we are. It's a really easy utility to make, like, you know. It sucks when you have to do it, though, because it means that there's something missing from, like, the hooks of an API you're looking for. Now, keep in mind, I might be missing how these things hook together, and instead, like, yeah, where I do the awaitable timeout, like, oh, I could have just waited for, like, another event. Absolutely. I'm willing to bet that maybe Vapi could even expose a new event that would make it irrelevant too, right? Maybe they're just missing one timing thing. I don't know. Doubtful. I do think they're just missing like a utility method that ties one like async event to a synchronous awaitable action, right? And there's like an ID awaited under hood. That would be like, boom, like so good. Right there. Just respond. And it mixes together all the other APIs. Something like that. Yeah, there's like just one top level like method missing. And it'd be really good. Nah, so a big part of it is not just this part. I think it's also related to like speech end as well. No, so the craziest part of this is it's not a single method debounce. This is a multi-trigger debounce. And multi-trigger debounce is not a common case, and there's no method or function doing that at the moment. So I think we have to just write it. Yeah, this is a multi-instance or trigger debounce, for sure. Right? When the speech ended, and when some other thing happened too. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know what the right one is. But, man... The only time we actually know that we are done talking is if speech end happened and it's been long enough, I guess. Like, maybe it's just a single event. Actually, you know what? I think this is a single event. It's just actually speech end. We look for speech end happening, within a debounce. And once it's fully debounced, then we do the next username. And then we shift it, you know? So really, this whole part right, like even, I guess, here, gets debounced. And again, oh man, right? The layer on top of this would actually extrapolate all of that. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so yeah, we need to bring in a debounce. At this point, what's everyone's favorite debounce? Yeah, low dash. Yeah, low dash. Duh. Duh. Wait, hold on. Do I want to use Lodash / ES instead? Okay, so we want to create a debounced version of this entire function. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we got that. We could do it as a function or a use callback. We could just do the pure function of it. Is it ideal? No. But it is doable. All right. Well, all right, so if that doesn't install, well, we got a problem and we got to uninstall and figure out something else. But nope, that worked, so we're good to go. Hell yeah. Nice. Okay. Okay. All right, so debounce. All right, so speech and handler. All right, so hold on. This function I just debounced, I don't know if that's actually right. We got to think about when is that actually happening? And it's here in the Vapi public key. Ooh, right. Hmm. Hmm. So yeah, that part. Hold on. Wait, really? Alright, so... I really don't want to do my own debounce. Oh my god, no, please no. I could... Why though? God, this is the worst. Yeah, no, like, I feel like there's something that the type system is lying to me about, or I have, like, one really simple thing to solve in the type system, and it's, like, it's bumming me out, but, like, man, it's bumming me out. Isn't it? Like, dude, like, come on, man. Wouldn't you rather just work? I know. I could get past this. Here's the thing. Yeah, I've had enough of the lemonade that... Nah, I don't want to doubt the type system at this point. I actually got woken up at like 7 a.m. this morning. My neighbor, when I say neighbor, upstairs, yeah, upstairs, they let their dog out onto the balcony at 7 a.m. and then they left them there for an hour. And their claws are so fucking loud on the terrible material the balconies are made of that, yes, I couldn't sleep. So yeah, I will be going to sleep real early tonight. Dude, it's the worst. I'm pretty sure they let their dog piss on the balcony, too. I should report that shit. 1000%. They fucking suck, man. Yeah, they'll operate a blender at 8 a.m. They're the worst upstairs neighbor ever. But isn't that kind of how upstairs neighbors just work? I feel really like, man, the person that lives below me, yeah, they maybe get like one... me falling over at 3 a.m. kind of thing, like once every 6 months. Like, that's so chill. That's like, that's just human, you know? My downstairs neighbor is living the sweet life. I am the buffer between them and the terrible upstairs neighbor I have. And it sucks. Dude, they are the worst. Like, so fucking bad, dude. Just trim your dog's toenails at the bare minimum. It sounds like they're trying to claw for their dear life when they're really just pissing wherever they want on your balcony that leaks down to mine. And like, whatever, right? Yeah, dude, I could get a single floor thing in Utah for less than I'm paying per month here. And it'd be mine instead. Oh, man. Like, yeah, no, that's the move. I'm just blowing it. Just blowing it, you know. Next cushy job, that's where I'm heading, man. No, they don't. No, their dog is totally fucking neglected. Their dog sat out there in the rain today on their 4x5 balcony for a good hour or more. Like, no, this person's neglecting the fuck out of their animal. Dude, like, no, this person's not gonna trim shit. Yeah, they're like the worst owner you could think of. They should not actually own a dog. At all. No, I don't know the breed of dog or any of that. Nah. I just hear it. What do you got? I have a bad upstairs neighbor. I assume they've heard me talking shit. I hope they have, because holy shit, they know how bad they are. They have to know how bad they are. They, like, oh my God. Like, it's really bad. They're the worst. Before I go, yeah, we need to go raid someone. I need to eat some food. Let's do that thing. I'm gonna eat some, like, chow mein tonight. It'll be delicious. Did we finish what we're doing today? No, we didn't. We'll do it more tomorrow. I wasn't planning on having to solve, like, a timing issue for this today. Naive of me? Yeah, totally. But, yeah. There's like a path to this for sure. Yeah. Hold on. There's like a YouTube video about like what I'm talking about with upstairs neighbors though. All right, hold on. We'll show it here on stream before we raid someone. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Bedtime for me. I woke up way too early today due to neighbors like this.
It means we make sound.
People think of neighborly noise as a nuisance, but we think of it as an art form.
We want the sounds to be different, but completely unrecognizable.
It just sounds like bowling balls. That can't be what it is, but that's what it sounds like. It sounds like bowling balls. Is it a bowling ball? Is it a metal barrel? You never know, because sometimes we get metal barrels.
You knew we were twisted, though. Julia is a fountain of creativity.
Oh.
She's a genius.
Oh.
She's so creative.
Oh.
Their ceiling is our stage, and we're dancing across it.
Yes.
It is work. You know, we often take shifts to create the illusion that nobody here sleeps.
The illusion that nobody here
I just want them
sleeps.
to stop, and I want to know what the hell they're doing.
I love to feel your body all around me.
Oh, God.
See, she thinks that we're having sex, but things aren't always what they appear to be.
Oh, yeah. When we do have sex, it's actually very quiet. It sounds like a baby the size of a giant is learning how to walk.
A floor is but to project the mind's eye.
And all of that hard work really pays off when we get to meet our fans.
There's a lot of noise going on up here. Kind of sounds like...
Sounds tough.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Yep. Be well.
Thank you.
You know, some people might say what we do is passive aggressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You might say what we're doing is passive aggressive. Ah. Yeah. Thank you. Right? We've all had upstairs neighbors like that. I used to live below a family that had 2 toddlers, and they are better than the current upstairs neighbors I have right now. Do you not understand what I'm saying right now? These people are intentionally torturing me, and they're the worst. Yeah, it is worse than 2 toddlers. Toddlers don't operate blenders at 7 a.m. And only after releasing their dog with untrimmed nails onto this very, very thin balcony. Their shittiness has been exacerbated in the past year or so. Yeah, kids should not operate blenders. That's actually a band. That's my new album for sure. Yeah, it's like a Primus album basically. It's obvious title. It should be obvious. Duh. Right? Animals shouldn't try to act like people. Bim bam boom. Nailed it. Well, I mean, Olavo, that's also correct, but the wrong interpretation of those words. Yeah, kids are also really bad at 3D in Blender. No problem. But also, just, kids should not operate blenders. Very 2 different statements. Both correct at the same time, though. All right, let's go raid someone. I know. Yeah, we're chilling. Yeah, we got started somewhat early, and I'm trying to get, earlier starts going. I don't know, Mr. Steezy. I know he got a ban at one point, and that maybe burnt him out on the platform. Is he, live on Kick right now or something? I don't know. Without being the asshole, I just want to let you know, though, that's actually the common case for Twitch. Streamers get burnt out. Because they let their viewers actually affect them too much. Which is why I ban people that would affect my stream. Just saying. I think Strager is actually free. But he was given some time away from his chat, and he realized he was better off without it. Here's the thing. You either let your chat run amok and you get massive viewership because of it, or you exert yourself over chat and your numbers either tank or go really well. Otherwise, there's no middle ground. I went the tank route. Prime kills it. You know his secret? He ignores a lot of people. No, I mean, I'm not trying to blame chat. I just hope you know, like, nah, chat is like the #1 source of streamer burnout. It really is. If you want to take any ownership over that, that's up to you, but yeah, 1000%. Chat is the #1 source of streamer burnout. Your chat either comes to embody who you are as a person, and then you have to like really rationalize that, or you just ignore chat. There's only 2 ways to actually be a successful streamer. You have a chat you want to embody, or you ignore chat. That's it. The majority of successful streamers ignore a majority of their chat. Yeah, exactly, Steel Toad. IT Crowd said this years ago. People, what a bunch of bastards. Mr. Stacey, my inner monologue is me. And my inner monologue is way harsher than I will ever allow chat to be. So, nah, I'm sorry. Like, I got my own. I'm good. Thank you, though. Oh, yeah, my inner monologue would never be allowed to chat here. Hell no. Dude, that dude sucks. Oh, what an asshole. Are you kidding me? Dude, yeah. I wouldn't stream if I let that dude run the show. Hell no. No way in hell. I never would have started streaming if that dude ran the show. Yeah, my inner monologue, that dude fucking sucks. No, thank you. Nope. Anyway, who we gonna go raid? Yeah, I know we're chilling. Sorry, my bad. I paused the music. I meant to raid someone way sooner. Hold on, who's streaming right now? Let's do that. Because, yeah, we'll pick back up tomorrow, try and get going earlier, maybe. Who's going? We have not supported Spiridon in nearly enough time, so good time to do so. If I could spell his name right. Come on, man. There we go. Yeah, there we go. No, like, I think... Please don't take this over there. Don't repeat this anywhere else. I think he is really, like, focused on making it. I wish him success, but man, if that's his entire focus, the moment he hits a plateau, he's going to start feeling bummed. Know how I know? Yeah, I'm the same person, right? Like, I totally get that. I'm a, like, we need to progress at all times kind of person, right? Even if it's, like, plateaus and getting better and blah, blah, blah. Like, nah, like, I think he and I probably agree on more things than we don't. So him putting in these 24-hour streams, It'll work for a while, but he'll never be able to maintain it. I think he's just trying to hit some, like, metric to be satisfied. But with that mindset, he'll never be satisfied. And I only say so coming from, yeah, I get it. Anyway, let's go say hi. Cheers.